Mr. Hazin, it's already 9:05. I think we should wait for another 5 more minutes.
I don't think so. I think
Right.
we may start.
Okay.
We need to respect the one that come early.
Oh,
Yes.
all right. Hello, everyone. Well, this is a small group only. Okay. Thank you for joining this short sharing session. I'm Azrin from School of Hospitality, Tourism, and Culinary Arts, UOW Penang. Well, I have like Miss Madavi, Miss Lok Yok Mei, and Yo Bai. Well, welcome aboard. I believe that this is a very simple session, all right, to introduce you all to qualitative, and I'm sure that you have a rough idea of what qualitative research is all about. Yeah, good morning, good morning. Okay, I think I shall start my class. Sharing, okay, sharing is what. Basically, it all started for me uh, with this qualitative research starting from during while I was doing my master's. Then I got to know a few lecturers who were really engrossed with doing qualitative research, and from there I fell in love with qualitative research. That's how it started lah. And I would like to share with you what I've learned and what I've experienced, even though it's a very humble experience, very very small, very humble, very trivial experience, but I hope that we can learn together during this session. We this class, this today the sharing will be divided into three parts. Before we go into these three parts, let's have a short introduce yourself. Let's get to know each other. Can we start with Miss Yobai?
Yes. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Morning. May I know which school you're from?
Actually, from School of Nursing. Tentatively, I'm actually doing my master. So we are required to do one proposal for qualitative research and another one is for quantitative research. That's the reason why we joined this.
Okay. All right, thank you. Again, I couldn't catch what you were saying just now. You're from School of
Nursing.
Nursing. Okay, nursing. All right. Welcome. And can we go with Miss Lok Yok Mei? Miss Yok Mei, we cannot hear you. Are you there? Maybe we can move to Miss Madavi.
Hi, good morning. I'm Miss Madavi here. Hi. Yeah,
Ah.
I'm also from School of Nursing. Same
School of
with
Nurs-
Miss Bai. Yeah.
Oh, okay. From you, Glenmary.
Penang. No,
Penang.
Penang. We are all from Penang. Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
we are friends here.
Okay, we're friends. All right, everybody from Penang.
Yeah, three of us with Miss Lee with me.
Oh, everybody from Penang. So okay, a small
Same
community.
department. Yeah.
Same department. Okay, let's
Uh-huh.
make this informal.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. All right. So basically, you all know I'm from School of Hospitality from ground one, level one. Okay, let's start. So this sharing session is divided into three parts. Okay, the first part we are going to learn about foundations of qualitative research. So what is qualitative, common characteristics, and the differences between quali and quanti. Okay, and then we'll move to part two, designing qualitative research. We're going to look at the traditions and approaches to qualitative research, and then how we're going to design our qualitative research by defining the research questions and how big is your sample to be and the sampling techniques that you're going to use, the data collection methods, procedures, and I'm going to share with you a bit on how to conduct interviews what kind of interview questions that you can create to get more responses from your respondents. And in part 3 is where we're going to analyze qualitative data, your interview transcripts, and what are the processes involved. And we are also going to look at the traditions and approaches in analyzing the qualitative research data by using coding, all right, data transcription, and then how you're going to report the data. So basically, it's quite general. Yeah, this is just to introduce you all about qualitative research. Okay, you can just stop me along the way if you don't understand. Just make it this session an informal one. Okay, all right. So foundations of qualitative research. What you can see here, qualitative research is about people, right? We want to know about people. So if there is no people, then there is no qualitative research, right? Not just people. Some people, most of us think it's about people, but qualitative research is also about observing people, right? We can also observe animals. Yeah, qualitative research also involve humans and animals because we have observation over there. All right. So what is qualitative research? So it is the development of concepts which to make us understand more about the social phenomena, and also we want to know from the experiences and the views of the participants. So based on what they believe, okay, from this world, and then we are going to draw the meanings and make everyone else understand what they meant. If research also usually we try to make our qualitative research in the natural setting. It means like for 3 of you coming from nursing school, mostly you will conduct your interviews maybe in hospital, in clinics, and maybe at the homes of your participants to make them feel comfort, all right? They feel comfortable while they are expressing themselves. And this also is to make sense and how you're going to interpret their meanings of whatever they are going to say later on in the qualitative. The common aim in qualitative research is to draw as much information, right? Information, and that's why we call it in-depth, to understand the social world of research participants through their experiences. Of course, nursing, it involves with their emotions as well. And you sometimes as a researcher doing masters or doing PhD, you will somehow drawn with their emotions. So I believe that qualitative research is, if compared with quanti, is very hard to distance ourselves to be somehow biased. That's what I believe. But there are ways later on we are going to learn how to distance ourselves from being biased, how to minimize biasness in our research, all right, so that we can report naturally, all right, not into bias, all right. Use non-standardized, usually when you want to conduct qualitative research. There is no one way to go about it. And there's no one way to analyze your data. You can see it's quite different than quanti. Any of you have done quantitative research before?
Yes, I've done before.
Yeah, you have done before, right, Madhavi? So basically, for quanti, it's very hard for us to keep distance with the respondents, those who answered our questionnaire. But this one, quali, you have to build trust, empathy, kan? And then it's quite different. Oh, but if on proposal only, okay, never mind. I'll share my experience. Later on, I will share where I conducted my research, doing my master's lah, and my PhD. And then from there, it is quite different. Quanti and quali, very, very vast difference. And we will discuss the differences between these two. All right. So as I mentioned just now, adaptable method as you go along. All right, as you go along, you want to collect your data, right? You have drafted your proposal. Okay, like Pak E, you have drafted your proposal, right? And then don't be surprised. Later on, while you're doing your research, collecting data, what will happen? Sometimes you have to change your data collection method. It happens all the time. So those say, oh my God, I have to change, but it is common. Yeah, it is common. Okay, not if you are doing in quanti, usually it's fixed. But for quali, we have to evolve. We have to adapt with our surroundings. For instance, let's say you want to do FGD, focus group discussions, where you have a few patients all together and then talk to one each other so that you can get more information. But sometimes you get participants that are very timid, very hard to get them to, yeah, to talk. And then they will sometimes prefer face-to-face, one-to-one. So that's why I can say that you have to evolve, like you have to adapt your methods with your participants, with your surroundings. So yeah, your proposal, and later on when data gathering process is going to change. All right, your methods might change, adapt to your participants. All right, why we adapt? Because you want to get detailed, rich, complex data. Compared to quanti, we do 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, all this, strongly agree, strongly disagree, and then you can sometimes your participants might ting tong tiang already, right? But for quali, we don't want ting tong tiang. We want to know, we want to dig as much information from them. That's why we have to adapt our methods. And of course, I can say that quali is a reflective approach. All right, you somehow will be immersed with the data and with the information that you get. So the role as a researcher, right, and your perspective might somehow change or even influence the way the findings, okay, might change the findings, or the findings might change you. Okay, so that is what we call a reflective approach. And it is very non-standardized. All right, qualitative is non-standardized. From my experience, it is non-standardized. You have to change whatever you write in the proposal. Sometimes you will change in data while you're collecting data, and you have to come back to your chapter 3 to change a bit, even though you have submitted your proposal to your supervisor. Same goes to your literature review. Okay, you have prepared so thorough literature review. Suddenly, once you go for data collection and some new emergent themes came out. All right, not you have something not written in your literature review. Then you have to come back to your literature review and add in new things. So that's why I can say that qualitative research is a very adaptable methods. You have to adapt. It's not standardized. All right. Hello, we have another participant, Ng Wei Shen.
Hello, morning,
Hello.
morning.
Good morning. May I know which you're from?
I'm from KDU, Penang, Batu Kawan.
Batu Kawan.
Yeah,
Okay, welcome aboard.
okay, thank you.
Just stop me if you have any questions, yeah? Right,
Okay,
make it informal and just ask if you don't understand or anything. Okay. All right. Now, okay, any of you haven't had your breakfast yet? Anyone not yet having your breakfast? Not had your breakfast? So have a look at this photo. Okay, let's describe this burger into quali and quanti. Just write down, or you can just on your microphone, and then we can discuss about this. Anybody tempted to eat this burger? Okay, all right. If you want to describe this burger into quantitative research, how are you going to describe this burger? Describe the color. Okay, color. Quantitative. Okay, describe color, quali or quanti, Madhavi? Big, large one, yes, quantitative, big, it is large. Delicious, okay, you say it's delicious, right? It looks delicious. So delicious, okay, can we put it into quantity or quality? Qualitative, the appearance, the taste, the feeling, yes, but yes, we're getting there. Okay, quantity sometimes can be quality too. Yes, Madhavi. Okay, taste quality, all right, very true. When we talk about taste, all right, the taste of the cheese oozing out, look at the appearance, everything you are describing with emotions, with attempting to, put this into your mouth. So this is something very, very attractive, right? Especially when you're hungry. And that is quality. You are describing. See the cheese oozing out, the lettuce looks so fresh. And then there's slices of tomatoes, add sourness, tanginess, onions, all these words. You are playing with words. The buns topped with sesame seed, all right, it adds aroma. So all these are words and they can be put into quality. How about quantity? Quantity, like Baki mentioned just now, about big, how big it is, right? When we put numbers, the diameter of this burger is around 50 cm. Oh, so big. Okay, maybe 20 cm. All right. The weight of the patty, maybe 50 grams. All right. And you can say how many slices of onions you put it in. So you can count. When we can count, all right, straight away it goes into quantitative. How much calories, of course. Oh, when I eat this, I'm going to get fat. No, all right. But this is what we can put into quantitative. All right. When you have a few burgers, the amount of calories, definitely quantitative. But when we talk about the patty, the juiciness of the patty, the range of, we can say, from juiciness to dryness of the patty, it is qualitative. But strongly disagree, quantitative. You can put numbers in quantity. Quali is more about words, expressions, feelings, and emotions. Okay, let's move into detail. Right, quantitative is more objective oriented. You want this, you get that. You want to test the hypothesis. Okay, you want to test the hypothesis. Basically, you are using theory, all right? You want to do some predictions. You want to test the theory, whether it can be accepted or reject. Accept or reject. So basically, it's very orientative. You want to know what is the relationship between eating burger with your weight, and then you count the calories and everything. It's very cause and effect, right? Very objective. However, when you talk about quality, it's very subjective. As I mentioned just now, you can talk about the flavor, you can talk about the smell. It's very subjective and everybody can give their own meanings towards it. All right, and usually the main purpose we conduct qualitative is to understand. All right, we want to understand. We want to interpret what they meant from those words that they gave us. Okay, the social interaction. And us as the researcher, we usually here in quanti, their bias is not known. All right, you just give your questionnaire, and that is tick, you put in the SPSS. That's all. There's no face-to-face interaction. There's no rapper. There's nothing. You just get, oh, this person is 45 years old. This man is in the middle age, or the income is 10,000, more than 10,000 a month. So this is what we can say that there's no way that you can have your biases to that person. You never know that who is your person that answered your questionnaire. On the other hand, you get in qualitative, you know that person. You have to bear rapport with that person. You have to get involved with that person. And of course, you have to select your respondents. Okay, so somehow you might get biased. You have to know your person, and the person you're going to interview, you also wants to know more about you. So basically it's two-way. Here, no way. This one, two-way. All right, it's two-way interaction. And we can say that quantitative is very large. Since you don't know them, okay, you just pass 300, 400 respondents where you select randomly, okay, and you did a bigger, larger samples, okay, because you want to generalize your findings later on. Here in Quali, it's quite small, right? You select your respondent intentionally. Okay, you choose, oh, I just want to interview patients with cancer, maybe at stage 4, at stage 3. So you have your specific idea of who you want to interview and who they are, right? Of course, you have to ask for the permissions. You cannot simply, oh, blah, blah, blah. I would just want, can you please answer these questions? No, you must somehow, because sometimes qualitative, you will use this kind of questions that might a bit sensitive, all right? The questions that you might ask me might be sensitive. They might get touched. They might get, a bit, terasa hati, somehow like that, all right, in your qualitative research. So somehow you can see their expressions. When you see their expressions, sometimes they feel hesitant to answer your questions. You might change your question. That's why, remember I told you, it is adaptive. You have to change your questions to suit your participants. The main idea is that it's just how you put it into words. Some people, they don't mind, all right? Some people, they're a bit more sensitive. Even though you find the questions is like very neutral, but some people might take it differently. All right, so that's how we try to adapt our questions. We try to change the questions according to, we want to tailor-make each questions to our participants, but with the intention of our objectives. We want to get our objectives done, our research questions done. That's the main thing. Don't deviate from our research questions. Okay, data collections. So data collections, we have focus groups. Okay, focus group is basically a few people, focus group discussion, FGD, a few people in a group, you interview them in one group. Okay, usually in-depth interviews, face-to-face, and it can be in focus group. It can also be review or documents or even photos, all right? You don't have to meet people, all right? Or you just can based on your look at people, observing people and observing animals. All right, data collection for Quanti involves questionnaire, reviews of records, usually related to numbers. All right. For research approach, what is inductive? Inductive is something related, narrative, yeah, sorry. Okay, inductive is where you collect your data first and then you draw your conclusion. Okay, based on your data, based on your findings, based from the interview, then only you come with your solutions or with your conclusion. However, all right, in quantitative, we usually they use deductive. You already have presets of hypothesis. Okay, the theory is that you just want to test the concepts, your hypothesis with the different groups of people. All right, sometimes this theory has been done in Netherlands. Now you want to test in Penang. How does it really, the Penangites, it's different than the Holland people, so Dutch people. So that is how deductive and inductive works. Okay, type of data analysis. Quantitative, very statistical. You have to use mathematics. You will use regression. I believe some of you have gone with Dr. Ira last week. She has talked about correlation, regression, all the statistical t-tests. All this is about numbers. How you get those numbers? From your questionnaires. or even from the records and documents information. For qualitative, we can see there are patterns, themes, features that you can see from the words. The words I tell you guys is going to make your eyes sakit for a very, very long time. Especially even though, okay, as you can see here, for quantitative, you have a larger group. But for quali, while I'm teaching research methods and some of the students, oh, I want to do quali because only few numbers, only 6, 5, 10. But for quanti, you have to go hundreds participants. But that's not the case. Okay, once you want to do quanti, well, you have a big number. Okay, you have to get a large number. But later on, you just put everything in SPSS, that's all. Then you analyze. However, the pain for qualitative research starts after when you want to collect your data. Even though the number is small, your participant is small, maybe less than 10. I can tell you sometimes because it's in depth. You have to do the transcripts, read and read again. Even though it's 2 hours, let's say you interview your participant for 2 hours. Writing back the transcript, the interviews is going to take like 10 hours, 8 hours, but it depends on how fast you write them back. For me, it's time consuming. And you just imagine you only have one participant for 2 hours, and then you have to do the transcriptions around 8 hours. Can you just imagine 10 people, how long it's going to take? So it is very daunting process, especially during you want to analyze your data. I'm not going to talk about discouraging you lah. Okay, data type. Words, yes. Words, images, objects. Here in quanti, numbers and statistics. For depth of information, we want to get in-depth information on the few cases of observation. We don't want it to be big. All right, we try to make it as small as possible because we want to make it a lot of information. That's the main thing. If we make it a big case study, then it's quite hard to do your research. Yeah, especially for qualitative, it's very hard. For quantitative, it requires less depth, right? The breadth of information, we don't mind because we have large number of cases, but the information is always there. You just draw the numbers and test it using statistical analysis. Here, quali, we don't use any statistical analysis. How we want to measure the validity and reliability. For here, quantitative is very easy, right? You just put in the instruments, and they have specific instruments like alpha convex to discuss about the validity and reliability. They have the specific statistic that can be used. But for quali, how we want to test, how we want to know. So basically, we need skills. As a researcher yourself, you need to have skills to conduct your research, right? You need the help of other people to make sure, and that's why I remember I told you, you must have this good rapport with your participants, because sometimes you will have to meet them again, not just one time, but a few times after written out your transcripts. Okay, you write down your transcript, how to make sure that it's valid, it's credible, that what we're going to report, or you just interpret it yourself. So sometimes you have to go and meet your participant. Dear sir, can you please read whatever I've transcribed? You write them down, whether this reflects whatever you have said. That's why we need to have good rapport with our participants. Don't try to disturb their emotion. Don't make them, want to run away from us. We have to, somehow make a good connection with them. All right, not just for a short time, but a very long time. All right, time and expenditure. So time and expenditure usually heavier in the planning for quanti. You plan because you have to look for the theories, you have to look for the concepts. It's very hard in the beginning, but lighter during the analysis phase. Oh, okay. Contrary to quanti, quali, You can say, remember I told you, oh, you have prepared your proposal, yay! But the real hard work comes after that. Once you start to collect your data, that's where the heavier task comes in, analysis part. All right, and you might have to change a bit in your chapter 3 or chapter 2 or even your chapter 1 as you go along. And generalizable of results. Here you can generalize because you use statistics. But here in Quali, you are not using, you cannot generalize because it's a very focused group. You cannot make it, you cannot blanket rule that, oh, all cancer patients or all, you should say no cancer because it's quite sensitive, right? Yeah, all maybe let's say, those who love turtles, okay? You cannot blanket rule. Those who love turtles like to see turtles and, go out at night to see turtles lay their eggs. You cannot blanket rule because some people who love turtles, in this case, my case, I love turtles, but I don't really like to go out at night and see and wait for the turtles to come to the shores and lay their eggs. It's quite, I'm not there. I don't have that kind of patience. Okay, so any questions so far before we go to part 2? But what's wrong with the faces?
As you say, the disasters appears later after the proposal.
No, really, but I just want to share with you lah. But it's kind of interesting because you will feel, oh, after that, oh, I have to change. But it's not that daunting lah. But still, don't be surprised that you might need to change a bit. But it's okay. It's okay. It's an enjoyable process as long you will get to learn, because if you like your topic, there should be no problems. Okay, if you love your topic, especially you will get no problem whenever you deal with all the smaller things that will come after your proposal defense. Okay, any questions? All good for now. Thanks, Madhavi. Wei Shang, okay?
Yes, okay, so far so good.
All right, so far so good. Okay. Now, designing qualitative research in part 2. Am I going too fast? I'm scared that I might finish it faster than 1 o'clock. Is that okay, Mr. Hazim? All right. In designing qualitative research, all right, you are the artist. Okay, you are the artist. You can choose any color palette to color, to draw, to create your masterpiece. Okay, not to say that quanti is more, I will say that quanti is more rigid, right? More rigid, more straight, but quali is more flexible. All right, you are the artist. How you want it to be is how you design your qualitative research. Why? Because you can choose any traditions and approaches out there. There are so many ways to conduct your qualitative research. Okay, coming from one, okay, ethnography. Ethnography, what is ethnography? Ethnography is about staying with people, all right? It comes from anthropology. So you stay with a group of people, usually a group sharing group. So I'll give you an example. Let's have a look at this one. Anybody knows where is this place? Anybody, or which tribe they are? Anybody know? Nope. Anybody? Give a wild guess lah. Africa? That's too far, dear. Lai. Kat mana ni? Where is this? Orang Asli, yeah, very good. Yok Mei, India, yes. Orang Asli, East Malaysia, yes. It's not East, it's actually in the West Malaysia. Wow. Okay. When we talk about ethnography, it's about knowing people. It's about culture. If you love culture, you want to know about people, so I would strongly suggest go for ethnography. And I somehow is much influenced with ethnography myself. Mr. Hazim, are you there? Uh, Mr. I think should be. I have a few friends who like to join in, but they didn't. They didn't. I'm not sure. They didn't
Is already
sign in.
in.
Oh, Suguna, she's already in. Maybe I think Sugu, you can ask Mr. Hazim. Supposed to enroll first, right? But it's okay. I just give her the link. Mr. Hazim, is that okay? I think Mr. Hazim is not around. Yeah, he joined another meeting. Never mind. I will inform Mr. Hazim. Yeah, Suguna.
Okay. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
Dr. Azrin, thank you.
So since this is a very small group, okay, coming back to this. Anybody? Yeah, we are from, so people say it's Orang Asli. Yes, it's Orang Asli in Tapa. No, it's not in Tapa. Okay, it's in West. It's somewhere in Selangor. All right, do you know Selangor got Orang Asli there? Long time ago lah, but now it's already, they don't really retain their culture. They don't wear this kind. Yes, I'm very much influenced by one ethnographer. Prof, I'm not sure whether you have heard her name before. She's Prof Emerita Datuk Dr. Wazir Jahan Karim. Yep, she's one of the pioneer in Malaysia and also in Asian region in ethnography. So what she did in the 1940s, she went to this group of people in Selangor, right? Have you heard about Carey Island? Anybody have heard about Carey Island before? Or Pulau Ketam?
No?
No.
Pulau Ketam, yes.
Pulau Ketam, banyak ketam, but it's actually, where is it located? It's located near to, yeah, Pulau Ketam. Okay, do you know that Pulau Ketam previously there is occupied by the Orang Asli? Okay, but now we call it as Orang Asal, right? So here, these people there in Pulau Carey or Carey Island or Pulau Ketam, all right, they somehow they were used to be marginalized. In the 1940s, Prof. Jahan Karim, okay, Prof. Jahan, she went there in the 1940s. That time, no electricity, nothing. So she was telling us in class so how she did her research. I was so mesmerized. She said, I went there alone. So what? Went there? There was no electricity. That time there was no stuff, no gas stuff, nothing. So she studied in London, School of Economics and Policy. So she proposed to her supervisors. She wanted to do about ethnic group of Mahmeri, or they call it Baptiste, Mak Baptiste or Mahmeri. Now is popularly known as Mahmeri group. So this Mahmeri group, that time in the 1940s, is a very poorly known ethnic tribe in Malaysia. So she went there alone. Okay, went there alone, and she went to meet the ketua kampung, or the okay, we went to meet. So why she went to meet the ketua kampung, or what we call that as orang ketua kampung, what they call it, I forgot already. So they have a term for ketuk penghulu, something like that. But so this ketua kampung, she went to meet that person first. Why she went and meet that person first is because we need to have a good relationship. Somehow when you go into a new territory, you must get to know the person in charge of that territory first. So she introduced herself. She's going to stay there, all right, for a few months to study the ethnic tribe. So she is asking the permission of the ketua kampung to stay there. So the ketua kampung somehow gave her a small hut to stay. All right, and at that time she cannot cook. There was no electric stove. There was no gas stove. So somehow they use kayu api. So she don't know how to use it. So luckily she brought all the tin cans, everything. So she eats every day all the tin cans. So she just sit at first. She was about she felt marginalized. And somehow she said, if I want to get more information about them, I have to mingle with them. So she went in and, went with their all the upachara, all the events, get to know them, and later on get their trust. After that, whenever up until now, she mentioned to us that whenever they have problems, this Carry Island. Now what happened? They want to develop with 1 trillion project, if I'm not mistaken, to turn Pulau Carry as a new port. And this ethnic group was still living there. They totally oppose this idea, definitely, right? It's going to change the surrounding, their environment, and also it will diminish their culture. So the new port coming in, but they somehow don't know how, don't know where to go and to appeal about their plight. So they call Prof. Jahan, and then so say that because she has power, somehow she has connection with the ministry, and then they ask her, please help us after already 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 20. After like 70 years, yeah, they are still keep in touch. All right, so they somehow seek her help to appeal to the ministry to not do the port. So the process is still ongoing. So I'm not sure what is happening right now. So that's how I mentioned that qualitative research, you must build your repertoire. You must build your strong rapport with your participant, not just for a short while, especially with ethnography. You need to have a very long relationship with them. Somehow you might want to write another paper. You can just go back and they will welcome with open hands. So that is ethnography. Okay, now we move to phenomenology. So what is phenomenology? Is about understanding the essence of several people sharing the same experience. Okay, same experience. Example, if you're treating diabetic people, so they are going for dialysis. So this group of people have to go for dialysis. So this is what falls under phenomenology. Phenomenon. So you want to know about their understanding of several individuals having the same experience. Okay. All right. Then another one is grounded theory. What is grounded theory? Grounded theory comes from the data. You want to develop a theory. Okay, not the theory is not there, but from the analysis, from the findings, you draw your conclusion will be a new theory. So that is what we call grounded theory. You ground your theory from the data of your findings. That is why we call it grounded theory. Okay, questions so far? Yes, people perception. Sorry, I was, cannot see your meeting chat just now, but okay. Any question? No worries. Okay, thank you. All right, so narrative. Yeah, perceptions of people. Very true. Narratives about exploring 1, 2, or 3. Usually we will not like to go more than 5 if you want to do narrative, because it's going to be very, very long. Usually when we talk about a narrative approach or tradition, it's basically about autobiography. Right, like you want to talk about Dr. Mahathir, you want to write about him, then it's going to be a very long one. So one person is enough. It's going time consuming. So narratives is about exploring one life, right? Explore people that dedicate their lives saving turtles or saving humpback whales. So that will be narrative. Okay, now let's move on to case study. Why you want to choose case study? If you want to have in-depth description, but you want to have multiple or one cases, It's not just about experience, it's about culture, it's about many things inside there, but you are focusing in one place or different places that have the same experience or same perception or same thing topic that you want to conduct. Okay, I give you an example. Well, this is my my experience. Okay, okay, let's have a quiz. Anybody know what this plant is? What is this? Anybody? Lai. Sugu? Yok Mei?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm looking at it. What is that?
Okay, anybody? Madhavi? Anybody? Later I go belanja, you minum bawah. No idea.
Yeah, no idea.
Idea. Okay, so this is a plant. Very, very famous. Okay, well, I'm giving you some tips. Very, very famous. It is actually flower buds. It is actually, somehow I can say it's parasite. Saprophyte. I'm not sure parasite or saprophyte. Okay, either one. Okay, and the biggest, and it will, this is flower bud, and it will bloom into the biggest flower on earth.
Rafflesia.
Yay! Right, so that is Rafflesia, okay, the Rafflesia flower buds. So here you can see it's actually menumpang, you can, right, on other plants, so it will grow. This is Rafflesia flower bud on the ground. And this is me with Rafflesia, rotten Rafflesia already. So this is what my study is. All right, my study while I was doing my PhD, I wanted to know about ecosystem. I want to know about sustainable development, tourism, sustainable development in Belum Temenggung. So from there, because how I make it into a case study, because I have a lot of things going on in my research, okay, my topic at that time. So I wanted to know about sustainable development. I want to know about conservation. I want to know about the local people, the indigenous people over there in Belum Temenggung. So from there, I draw out, I need to do something about case study. So that's why the tradition that I use in my paper, in my thesis was case study. Okay, you want to know a lot of things, but in one particular place, it can be a case study. All right. But if you want to know about, let's say, conservation practices in Royal Belum, in Sabah and in Sarawak, let's say there are national parks in Sabah and Sarawak, okay, Mulu National Parks, all these. So you have different places, but you're looking on the conservation practices over there by the local people, how the indigenous or the local people respect the environment, how they behave with the environment when they go into the jungle. So here is where you can do case study. One topic, but different places. Or just you choose one place, but you go into that a lot of things that you want to study. So that is what case study is all about. Okay, exploring an in-depth description and analysis of a case or multiple cases or events. Then you can use case study tradition. Right. All right, next one is PAR, or participatory action research. Here, different. It's quite different than ethnography, phenomenology, where the researcher herself or himself is somehow involved in the situation. It means you are also experiencing the experience. Okay, the topic that you want to focus, you also have that kind of experience. You are also one of the participants. That is called participatory action research. I'll give you an example. Let's say we want to know about people, okay, who has skin diseases, right? Example, eczema. Okay, eczema. You know, when you have kids, they have eczema sometimes, right? When baby time, and sometimes it can prolong until adult. But usually this eczema only during infant stage. Is that correct, Bai? Okay. So these people with eczema, let's say I have a daughter, then she has eczema. Well, she was a baby, and you know when you have a baby with eczema, and then they always cry, blah blah blah, all this, and you want to have a research on those parents having kids with eczema or chronic dermatitis. Then you want to know how they tackle it, how they are emotionally disturbed when the baby cries. This is what approach that we're going to use for your qualitative research. Participatory action research, where you collaborate together based from your experience. You understand the social issues, you yourself understand how it feels, right? And then you try to take actions or provide solutions to the problem. Yeah? Any questions so far? Here are some of the few approaches that I have identified for qualitative research. As I mentioned before, there are a lot of traditions, a lot of approaches in qualitative research. It's just that you need to choose which one that really suits your research. These are the famous ones that I've chosen here for this sharing session today. Okay. Well, I was doing this research, right? My case study. So let me share a bit. So I have to interview with the orang asli. Orang asli or orang asal in Belum Temenggong. So basically you have to build your rapport with them. All right. And for me, for my experience, right? I interviewed them. Some of them they can speak Bahasa, but they purposely don't want to speak Bahasa in front of you. So how you deal with that? Anybody? How you deal with that when they don't want to communicate because they have this you know, some sort like a barrier, you know, they cannot open up. Of course, you're an interpreter. Very good, Manavi. Yes, I hired a local guide. He is also a boatman, so he drives my boat from one place to another. So in Belum area, Belum Temenggong, there are a lot, like 13 villages, right, scattered around in that vast Belum Temenggong area. So I went in using jeep because there is no proper road, so I have to use it on top of the jeep, then boom 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 boom, go up and down the hill. We saw tiger tracks. We saw elephant dunks. So it was a nice experience. Okay, coming back to this. Yeah, the orang asli tour guide or guide helped me with the interpret. He became an interpreter. Right, he helped me to interpret whatever he mentioned, and somehow he tries to connect me and the participant. Okay, tok penghulu. So here, this is how we do it. If let's say we cannot build trust in just a few days, right? It's very hard to build trust. So that's how we do it. We hire a local people that we can connect to and help us with the translation. All right, so I fork out my money underground to hire that translator. But not all the time, but I went there several times. So several times at first he was a bit cold. Second time, third time, okay already. And one thing I learned, okay, from my experience with the first kampung that I went, so you must bring some goodies. You must bring some goodies. Why you need to bring goodies? What is the goodies that they like? You have to know all this before you go into a new territory. You must somehow do your background research. Ask the tour guide, okay, what they want, what they like. Okay, I said, do I need to bring beras, or do I need to bring a sack, a pack of rice? Do I need to bring some kind like food, brass, and then rice, sugar, all the groceries? They said, no need. You bring a carton of cigarettes. Okay, just imagine. For me, I don't like people to smoke, but here you are. You have to buy a carton of cigarettes. bring them there, and then the Tok Penghulu, after that, he just talk non-stop because of yeah, you bribe him in a way. So that's how you must get their trust. You must know how to get them to talk. All right. If not, it's going to be like, ask them, they keep quiet and then just one word. Ask them a few long sentences and they give you one word only. That's how you want to, cairkan all the icy cold around them. All right. So that was my experience. And after that, and I went to interview with the local, different men, they like cigarettes. But for women, with kids, I bring chocolates. The kids love chocolates, and some of the kids over there, they really, very enthusiastic. People coming in, asking them questions. Oh, they really like it. So at first it's going to be tough because you need to know, you need to adapt. And later on, I get to go to one place to another, and then stayed in one of the Tokokulu houses. So it was nice experience. From there, I learned, all right, how to tackle this kind of experience. And then for the ladies over there, they would prefer, I brought some clothes, uh, new clothes and old clothes, but nice ones. All right, and they really love it. And when I ask questions, they simply, just come and kurumun me. They just come, gather, and they want me to interview them because they know I have so few things for them to after that. So somehow that is how you connect with your respondents. Okay, that's how you connect. So for us, if we go, like, you have patience, and then you have to somehow get to know them first. Cannot straight away jump. May I know your age? Okay, you must give a proper introduction. Hello everyone. Hello, I'm blah blah blah. I'm from there. Humbly. Okay, with humble, with empathy, so that they build trust between both of you. Connections is very important for me as a researcher in qualitative, and I believe all of you also will be one day qualitative. You need to have that kind of connections. All right, coming from nursing school, I think you have better experience than me. Anybody would like to share your experience? Anyone? Interviewing your patients? Have you done any interviews with your patients? No, not yet. And here I interview not just for the local people, but I also interviewed the local guides. So I interviewed them and tour operators. Mostly the tour operators, they come from the neighboring states. They come from the neighboring villages. Okay, right. I think it's 10 o'clock. Why don't we go and take 5? Is that okay? Let's take 5. Let's go for a toilet break. And we come back after 10:05. Okay. Hi, welcome back. Okay, let's continue. All right, when you want to design qualitative research, okay, you definitely need to know your sample size. Who is your sample will be? Who is your target group? When we talk about sample, it's referring to the target group. And of course, we need to know the criteria. We need to list down the criteria. So the criteria is very, very important. The criteria will determine the depth of your findings. All right, so you need to list down the criteria. So when you talk about the criteria, maybe you'll talk about their age limit. The more experienced they are, usually the more information that you'll get, usually. But you can say, but it based on the topic that you're choosing. If you want to look at the youth or people below, let's say teenagers, so how they deal with schoolwork, or how they deal with our online learning nowadays. So that is your target group. Okay, maybe it's like the ages, their age, but you must make sure that they are ready to answer the questions. All right, choosing them is very important. And of course, as I mentioned previously, the sample size is rather small compared to quantitative. And it depends on the purpose of study. You want to add meanings and richness. So as I mentioned, okay, the number of size, the size is quite small compared to quantity, but how small? How small? 5, 6, 7? How are you going to determine your sample size? For quantitative, we have, what you call that formula to calculate the sample size. So you key in the population, the rough idea, the estimated population, and it will come out the estimated sample size. So you use equation. You use equation to help you figure out the sample size. But for quali, there is no equation, there is no model, there is nothing that you can use to draw the number out. You cannot guess how many that you want to do it. That's why you have to adapt. In your research methodology, you mentioned that, oh, I'm going to collect 10 people. But suddenly, after 15 people you have interviewed, you still did not get as much information that you want. All right, but when to stop? When to stop? 15, 20, oh, a lot already. Oh, why? I need to stop because if not, I cannot meet the deadline for my submission, thesis submission. So here, when is where you need to say to stop. So this is where we say until we reach data saturation. So what is data saturation? Well, data saturation is where the researcher reaches a point where no new information is obtained from your interviews. It means that when you interview, they give you the same exact answers as your previous interviewees. Okay, your previous participants. So the next person you ask, the same answer. The next person, there is no new answers or new findings that can add new information to your research. That's where you can draw a line where this can stop already. Okay, data saturation. So what kind of sampling technique that we use for qualitative research design? Non-probability. All right, for quantity, you use probability. You are selecting them based on rawak, okay? But here, there's no representation of whatsoever. You only want them to be selected based on how they're going to add information to your research. That's all. Okay, there is no probability. So we're going to look at the sampling techniques that we have in qualitative research design. So far, are you still with me? All right, if you have any questions, just type in the meeting chat. I'll try to answer those questions, yeah? Okay, The first one, purposive sampling. This is very, very famous. All right, purpose and convenience sampling. These two, they are all these under non-probability. All right, why I say that convenience sampling? The name also convenience. So at your convenience. Anybody walking down the street you want to interview, or just drop by at KDU and they say somebody, a stranger you want to interview, that is what we call convenience sampling. All right, so that is anybody at their convenience, then you do your samples. But for purposive sampling, you interview that person with a purpose. It means you have a set of criteria to interview them. Homogeneous sampling, okay, we have homogeneous, snowball, maximum variation, and theoretical sampling. So let's move here, it's much better. Purposeful sampling, it is also known as judgment. Sorry, there's a spelling mistake there. Judgment sampling or selective sampling. All right, so this one, you have to have a set of criteria, all right, what you need. So basically, you interview them based on selection, based on your own judgment. This one, you want to choose CEOs of big companies. How big is the company that you want to choose? All right, SME. How big do you want? How long they have been in the field? So this is based on your judgment. Purposeful sampling is quite similar to criterion sampling, where sample must meet certain criteria important for the study, so that you can get in-depth analysis. On the other hand, homogeneous sampling represents the person with the same background. All right, homogeneous, I mean people have the same thing, same experience, okay, same fate, same disease, same types of parents. So all of these can be grouped under homogeneous sampling. All right, when you talk about similarities between your participants. And usually when we talk about homogeneous sampling, we are referring to focus group discussion. Right, focus group, because focus group, you cannot simply put everybody from diverse background in one meeting room. Definitely cannot. You must put them at least with one or two similarities so that they can connect to each other and they can talk about the topic more comfortably. Okay, number 4, theoretical sampling. What is theoretical sampling? It is aimed at generating theory. How you draw your theory comes from your data. You are going to make sure that whatever you collect, the sample size, it can grow based on what you want to achieve at the end of your findings, at the end of your study. So this is called theoretical sampling. This theoretical sampling is very much, you have to use grounded theory approach. Okay, grounded theory approach. And then convenience sampling, as I mentioned, it is based on availability of your samples. Snowball sampling, snowball sampling, you play snowballs, you put on snow, you have one snowball, but you roll the snowball on snow. What will happen? The snow will become bigger, bigger, and bigger, right? Then you can make your own, what you call that, Christmas ball. Snowman, yeah, snowman. So here, this is where the snowball sampling is all about. So respondents recommend others. Example, let's say you interview one CEO. They are much involved in food industry, but you're not sure with other companies that belongs to F&B industry. So what you need to do, okay, if you choose snowball sampling, is you ask the interviewee or your participant, can you help me recommend your friends for my study? So that's why if they want to recommend, they must make sure that you are somehow a person that with integrity, a person that they can connect with. All right, so here, this is why snowball samplings really is based on your repertoire, your rapport with the participants. So they will give the context. From there, you go to another contact one, and then contact one give to you another contact two give you contact three. All these phone numbers is based on the networking. That is what we call snowball. The snowball is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The sample size is also getting bigger and bigger based on networking. All right, number 7 is maximum variation sampling. You select participants with different characteristics. Let's say you want to know about people, how they tackle students, okay? You want to know about parents with autism, okay? Parents with autism kids. So you want to know. So you try to select maximum variation sampling. It means you have parents from different ethnicity, different age groups, okay? Some young parents, some old parents. So how their perception really matters. You can see the difference between the old parents and the young parents, the rich parents and the poor parents, how they tackle, how they raise their autism kids. So this is what we call maximum variation sampling. You select your participant based on their characteristics, different, diverse, one end to another end, different continuum. Okay, the participants, all young, poor, rich. So this is what falls under maximum variation sampling. All right, so next one is data collection or sampling plan. Key features in qualitative sampling is where you always want to recruit participants that will provide you with the richest information. And usually it is very small size. And the sample size will emerge during the study. All right, remember I told you adaptive. So it will emerge during your study, and you have to go back to your chapter 3 to change your chapter 3 in the methodology. Sample size is determined by conceptual requirements and not primarily by representativeness. We move to data collection methods. So here, data collection methods can be divided into 6. There are 6 data collection methods. Number 1, the famous one is interview. Okay. Number 2, observation, FGD, key informant interview, content analysis, and qualitative questionnaire. So questionnaire is not just about quantity, but we can also do questionnaire using qualitative research design. Excuse me. So when we talk about interview, we have structured interviews, semi-structured, and in-depth interview. You can measure that, oh, in my data collection method, I use structured interviews. What does it mean by structured? You are not flexible at all. And usually whenever you have structured interviews, is very much similar to quantity. So it's very rigid. You just follow your questions. You are not going to go out from your your interview scripts or your interview guide. So what is interview guide? Anybody knows what is interview guide? Anybody? Interview guide is where you prepare a preset. Well, before you go for your qualitative interviews, you must have a set of questions, at least a rough idea what kind of questions that you want to ask. So let's say you have 10 questions. So these 10 questions are your interview guide. And if you really stick to the 10 questions, all right, you ask, may I know what is your perception regarding autism? So here, you are not going to deviate. You're not going to have probing questions. You're not going to have any other supportive questions. You're not going to have indirect way of questioning or to probe more information. So this is what we call structured. Structured, it means that you only stick to your interview guide. You're not going away from your interview guide. You're not going to get creative. All right, it's very rigid. And if you do this, this is called structured interview. Semi-structured. What does semi-structured means? Semi-structured means that, example, you have 10 questions just now, you have prepared for your interviews. This interview guide will be just a guide. All right, the questions are there, but somehow you can change the questions if your participant did not answer you, makes you feel satisfied. Sometimes you want the answer to be very strong and very satisfying. Okay, so that's where you do semi-structured. It means that you can deviate from the main questions. You ask the main questions and then you can have probe questions. You can have other types of questions to get the answer that you really want. But of course, you cannot deviate from the main questions that you have provided here. All the interview scripts, or sorry, the interview guide is actually reflecting your research questions. Okay, research questions. Your interview guide must reflect your research questions. So that is semi-structured. In-depth interview. What does in-depth interview? Let's say for your topic, your research, your proposal, okay, that you have 3 research questions. So how are you going to do it? These 3 research questions, you're just going to go and just ask your participants. You follow the guide, but you will ask more than that. All right, you will ask more than that. Sometimes you will deviate from the interview guide. So this is where in-depth interview comes in. So you use extensive probing. What is probing? We will discuss later. Usually it is open-ended questions. What is open-ended and what is closed-ended questions? We will learn later, okay? All right, number 2. Observation. Observation can be divided into 2, participant observation and unobstructive observer. All right, what is participant observation? So here you participate in a group while observing. You become a participant and you also observe. All right, you are participant and you observe. On the other hand, an unobstructive observer is purely observation. You don't participate, you just sit there. Let's say you want to know how people behave while waiting bus stops. Okay, while waiting bus at bus stop. So you just sit there and you just look at people, but don't Google them. Just sit naturally, comfortably, and they also don't know whether you're doing your research over there. So you just sit and observe. And then you write down field notes. And you don't interview them. You just sit and observe. That is an obtrusive observer. Participant, you talk to your participants. You talk to them while you observe how they behave. Usually participant observation is involved with in-depth interview. All right, in my case, I will combine these 2. All right, you can combine, okay, data collection methods, FGD, with key informant, content analysis, all this you put one together in your research. No problem. All right, because you want to get deep information. Once you have all these, okay, a few data collection methods, what does it mean? Okay, what does it mean? It means that your findings will be more reliable. Okay, it increases the reliability of your findings later on, and also is more valid. Okay, it's more accurate. Okay, next is key focus group. Key focus group is where a group of participants, 6 to 12 people, discuss openly about a certain topic. All right, and there will be a moderator. So that what is the role of the moderator is to ask questions and to make sure they answer and to make sure that they don't fight. All right, so this is the role of moderator in group FGD. Right, number 4, key informant interview. A key informant interview is the one people who know what is going on with the community. Example, like you remember that just now I mentioned to you, I have to interview the ketua kampung first before I interview other people staying in that village. So that is what key informant interview is all about. And most importantly, you have, before you go to these places, if you are dealing with orang asal, right, indigenous people, you have to communicate. You must seek permission with the authority. Who is in charge when you go to meet this orang asli? So you, as a researcher, it is your responsibility, all right, in an ethical way, you have to ask permission not just from ketua kampung, but also from JAKWA, Jabatan Hal Ehwal Orang Asal or Orang Asli. Right, so you have to write a letter. For me, I will bring the letter with me to go to all the kampungs that I've visited, 10 kampungs, 10 villages in the Temenggur. I brought that letter saying that they have authorized me to conduct my study there. And that letter is very valuable. You have to attach in your dissertation later on. All right, saying that you have done your research, it is ethical, you have interviewed before you go in, you have interviewed the key informants. You have asked for the key from the right people before you open the door for your interviews. Okay, and then number 5, content analysis. Content analysis, where you do analysis on written documents, not just document photos, videos. All this falls under content analysis. So how are you going to do the data collection procedures? All right, again, sorry, just now I forgot. So before you go in, okay, if let's say you want to conduct your study in a hospital, right, or in a village, so who you meet? This ketua kampung. All these ketua kampung or ministries or even the HR, you have to seek permission from the CEO. Who are they? They are the gatekeepers. Okay, what is gatekeeper? Keeper is those who have close connection with the group community. So they are the ones that you need to seek permission from. For my case, my gatekeeper is the Jabatan Orang Asli. Okay, from Jabatan Orang Asli, I get permission from the director. The director approved, they gave me a formal letter. Then only I bring the formal letter to go to all the villages saying that I authorize. They cannot simply throw me away. They have to somehow give cooperation. Okay, so any questions? Guys, ladies, beautiful ladies, any question, Madhavi, Bai, Yokmi, Wishang? We have one. Suguna, no questions. I hope everything is clear. All right, let's continue. Well, data collection activities or procedures. Okay, when we talk about activities and procedures, we look at the locating a site or individuals, and then you have to gain access or repo. So this is where you ask permission from the gatekeeper. And of course, here you can choose whatever sampling that you want. You collect the data. From the data, you record the information. Right, while you are recording, what you need to do? Okay, field notes. Okay, this is what collecting data, you interview, you need to have field notes. Field note is very important. Field notes is where you observe people, how they react, their expressions. Sometimes you don't have video going on. And of course, you have to ask their permission to record. It comes to a very, very hard part where your participants don't want you to record. They don't agree, they don't allow you to record your interviews. They will so they just want to talk, and they feel it's very obtrusive when you are writing down, or they feel intimidated with the video on, with the camera on, with the handphones on, so they don't want that. So this is where you need to write field notes. So you don't forget what the key important things that you collect from the interview. Okay, so field notes is very important. I will strongly suggest, if you want to go for data collection, you must have a proper field notes, not just A4 papers. All right, a really notebook, a real notebook to write down. And this notebook, you must keep it, yes, safely. You don't lose it, because if you lose everything. You don't have any recordings, nothing to help you out with the data analysis part later on. Yeah, field notes for me is very, very important. Okay, for me, what I did was my field notes, I put them into different places. I have one field note, then a book, okay, and then I take photos of the notebooks and I transfer it in my laptop so that I have a backup. If I lose the notebook, I already have photos in my laptop, and in my laptop I make sure that I put in different parts. At that time, 10 years ago, while I was doing my PhD, my research, I think that time Google Cloud, know that, not so. So I put in emails. Yeah, I save in emails. I send to people near to me, that I send all these field notes so that I won't lose them. Right. Then after that, resolving field issues. Of course, when you go to field work, when you do field work, there's a lot of field issues. Sometimes it rains. Sometimes it's too sunny, so bright, and it makes you feel headache. So here are the field issues, and you cannot. And sometimes people don't cooperate. Your participants just don't cooperate. All right. So here are the things that you need to resolve, and through experience, and to some sort of creative way, you somehow will manage. And right, storing data, as I mentioned, you have to store data at different places so that you won't lose them in one go. Okay, interviewing skills. Interviewing skills for qualitative researcher. All right, we cannot begin interviewing straight away. How we interview? Anybody can share your experience with me, Bai, Madhavi? Well, I guess today is Friday. Having class. All right, so while we are interviewing, okay, interviewing skills. So it's very, very important to have some sort of skill while you want to interview people. How you want to start? So of course, we start with friendly greetings and explanations. Hello everyone, I'm blah 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 blah. Right, tell them your name, and then give some, especially I'm doing a research on blah 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 blah. So all this your research, and then shake hand. All these simple gestures will move a long way. All right, and maybe sometimes you put something. For me, I would like to show whatever that they will get later on after the interview, or something like to show interest. If you're interviewing, let's say conservationists, so while you're interviewing conservationists, they conserve about plants, maybe on that day you wear plant motif clothes. This is very important. How you want to tackle them, all right, get them to talk informally before you start your interviews. Okay, plant motif clothes, or tudung with flowers, and then you can say, oh, I like this kind of flower. Make connections with them. So that is somehow a friendly greetings and somehow build trust between you and the participant. All right, you might also discuss, hey, just now, sorry, I'm late. Oh, how you get here? It was raining. Talk about something else before you start your topic. Oh, just now, quite jam, huh? Yeah, quite jam. Oh, got accidents in front. I saw an auntie being knocked down. Or all this, somehow like a common way to start your interview. All right. And also when you start, okay, do not become cultural ignorance. Have a look at the way they behave, the way they wear their clothes, what kind of clothes they wear, how they smile. All right, sometimes you must make sure that they are at ease in front of you. Sometimes, when they interview, right? When you're conducting interview, they play with their hands, some all these body languages, okay, body language, how you want to get to know. So all these body languages showing that they are very scared. Okay, they are very scared. They feel timid. They are not sure. So try to make sure that they are comfortable, and then try to break the ice. That's the most important thing. You break the ice. Talk about something else not related to your topic, and then make them to talk. Okay. All right. Next one, listen and express interest in what the informant tells you. Even though sometimes you talk, oh, just now I saw an auntie, blah, 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 and, freight a friendly conversations. Do not straight away ask straight questions. Why you're late? All right, don't be rude. One thing, yeah, definitely you know that. All right, don't be rude. Please remain neutral. Here is what I meant by neutral. Oh, yeah, 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 you're very good. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, I strongly agree. Do not, while you're interviewing people, okay, when you start interviewing, you agree with everything that they ask, that they mention. All right, don't agree. So you have to try to maintain neutral side. All right, so that you don't approve or disapprove whatever statement that they give. All right, you have to remain neutral. At the same time, you have to acknowledge that. How you acknowledge? Oh, yes, by nodding. Okay, by nodding, smiling, and then ask more simple question. Oh, even though you don't understand what they meant. So, can you please explain further about what you mentioned just now, about the pencil that you left in the classroom? All these simple things, try to engage them and they get excited to talk more, to reveal more. And this adapt to your findings later on. Okay. So far we're very novice in this. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay, never mind. Am I going too fast, Ba'i? Is there any questions that you want to ask? Am I going too fast? Anything? Okay. I think, right? I have a video to play. All right. I want you all to spot 5 mistakes in the interview video based from what I've mentioned just now. Friendly meetings. Look at the expression between the interviewer and the interviewee. How they talk to each other and spot the mistakes that the interviewer has done. All right. Try to spot. Okay. All right. Hey, everyone. Everybody okay? Just spot. Okay, there is no right or wrong answer. Maybe, and then you can spot the mistakes and write in the meeting chat. You can type in the meeting chat or just on your microphone and we can discuss. Start with the video right now. So this is a short video showing how an interviewer interviews her participant. Please let me know if you could not hear the video, yeah?
Hi, my name is Allison Jones. I understand that you've been to several chart trainings, and I am the qualitative interviewer, and so I'm interviewing people and asking them for feedback about the training. And
Oh, sorry. Can you all hear the video? The video from your end? Hanging. Alamak. Okay, I try again. Right. Video says hanging. Okay, slowly. 1, 2, 3. But let me know if you cannot hear the video.
Hi, my name is Allison Jones. I understand that you've been to several chart trainings, and I am the qualitative interviewer, and so I'm interviewing people and asking them for feedback about the training and how it went for them and all of that. So is it okay if I talk with you about that?
Yes, of course.
Great. So what is your name?
Shay Bloomer.
Okay, profession?
I'm a nurse.
Great. And how long have you been a nurse?
I've been a nurse for 12 years.
Okay. Did you enjoy the training?
Yes, I did.
Would you say that you enjoyed it a little bit, a medium amount, or a lot?
I enjoyed it a lot.
Great. Okay. And did you learn something by the training?
Yes, I did.
Excellent. Okay. And would you recommend it to a friend?
Yes, I would.
Great. Okay.
The close-ended questions. Okay, good. You can hear the video, right? I paused the video again. Okay. Okay, keep writing in the meeting chat. Okay, what are the mistakes that the interviewer has done?
So, can you give me an example of something you learned? For example, some people have learned that they may think that they're not discriminating and that they're very open and respectful of everybody, but then when they actually get down to it and they go through the training and they understand that there are things that they actually do have some sort of biases in them, and they may not have known it, but then the training helps them discover it and then just helps them be very self-reflective and that sort of thing. Do you think that maybe that's something that you learned in the training?
Certainly, I think some of that was covered in the training. We also learned about taking sexual history and effectively taking a sexual history, which is a sensitive topic, and it's not something that I was trained in my professional education. We also learned about patient confidentiality and the importance of maintaining patient confidentiality in order to protect our patients. And both of those, I think, were very relevant for me.
I'm sorry, can you say that last part again? I got distracted. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I believe I was talking about how we talked about the importance of patient confidentiality and maintaining confidentiality of patient records in order to protect our patients.
You've been talking a lot about what you learned, and now I'd like to ask you a little bit about what you've done differently. I mean, it's one thing to say we learned something, but then it can be quite another thing to actually try to do something differently. So can you tell me anything that you may have done differently because of the training?
So what I'm doing differently since the training?
There must be something that you did differently. I mean, think about it, you know, anything, because you mentioned these different things that you learned about. So can you think about, you know, maybe keeping your voice softer or spending a longer time with patients or being more empathetic than you were before? Anything like that? Do you think any of those may be things that you did differently?
Yes, I'm sure they must think that I'm more empathetic than I was before.
Great. Okay. So now let's talk about the training methodology. Do you think it was effective?
Yes, it was.
Great. And how was it effective?
Well, it was a very interesting training. I was happy to be there.
Great. But it helps you learn and do your work differently?
Well, perhaps.
Now I'm a little bit confused because it seems that you're contradicting yourself. I think earlier you said that it helped you learn and you were doing something differently, but now you seem to be changing your mind. And so now I'm just very confused. Can you clarify for me whether you did something differently because you learned from the training or you didn't?
Well, what I mean to say is that I think that I've always done my job well, and I like my job, and I think that I've always been respectful of my patients, but I think that there are certainly some things that I'm doing a bit better than I did before the training.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you. So that's all really good. Thanks. So would you like us to provide you with more training on this or any other topic?
Well, yes, actually, there are a number of different trainings that we could profit from at my facility and that I personally would like to attend. I am very interested in a health administration course that's offered in Washington, D.C. At Howard University. I'm also very interested in having some more in-depth training on diabetes, which of course is a large concern for us. I am also interested in taking some further training in care of pregnant women who are HIV positive. There are, I think, a number of trainings that would be of interest.
Can you just say that again? I didn't get that last part.
Pregnant women who are HIV positive?
Okay. Okay. So what are some of the other problems at your facilities?
Well, one of the concerns that we've been going on and around with the administration about is some of the water issues in the examination rooms. The running water isn't working in some exam rooms, which limits the number of rooms in which we can do certain procedures because the water's not running or there's not. So that's one issue. The water's not working in a number of the exam rooms. I think there's also some communication issues, some systems issues between the pharmacy folks and the people who are in the wards. And I think that it would be useful for the hospital if we were able to have some communication issues resolved between the pharmacy and the ward.
Okay, great. I think it's about time for us to wrap up. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I don't think so. Did I answer all your questions sufficiently?
Yes, just great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Let's discuss. Okay, number one, Pak E mentioned close-ended questions. Yes. Okay, she close-ended questions. And then, yeah, everything she mentioned that, remember the first one she asked, did you enjoy the training? And then a bit, medium, too much, little. So all this is very leading questions or close-ended questions. Thank you, Bai. I may agree, yes. But it did not provide sufficient time for the interviewee to respond. So she's very rushing, right? She's like, oh, so pumped up. But you cannot rush, all right? Let the sometimes pause makes or gives time to the respondent or the participant to think, all right, to answer the questions. Imposing self-opinion, yes, very true. They are the person, the interviewer is proposing her own opinion and somehow leading the interviewer towards or agree with her opinion. All right, that is leading questions. Okay, later we're going to learn about what is leading questions, meaning you are directing, somehow you are influencing the interviewee, your participant, to agree with your own opinion. So that is not what we want, all right? And you did not let the interviewee to finish her opinion. Ask leading question, yes, thank you. She's moving fast, rushing with her questions, yes. All right, and she always, all right, look at her watch. All right, that is not a good sign to the participant. It makes the participant feel eager. Oh, she wants me to finish this very fast. So it might also hinder the participant to give a thorough explanation of what she wants to express. All right, letting her own opinion instead of listening. Very true. Okay, very true. All right. All the answers, the questions, the answers here are very true, very correct. And one thing, what did she say? Great. Oh yeah, great. Everything, every time she mention it is great, great, great. Meaning that she agrees to the participant. All right, you have to somehow try to maintain neutral while you're interviewing or while responding to your participant. Okay, first thing, that I would like to mention that, don't you think that the interviewer introduced herself quite fast? All right, she did not provide some time, all right, to explain herself, to tell about herself, to describe herself, to explain, to provide her name and then where she's from, all right, to build trust and empathy between the two of them. All right, so this is very important. She keeps on straight away, poof, rushing, right? Rushing to ask questions, rushing to finish her interview session. One thing you have to make sure that you build the confidence, right? And you have to make sure that you tell them, I'm going to ask their permission. I'm going to record this interview, all right? I'm going to record this interview for academic purpose only. I'm not going to share you the details with other people. Right, you have to mention that, or even you can ask your permission. May I record this interview for academic purpose only, to make sure that I jot down the important parts. I'm afraid that I miss out important parts in this interview. This one you have to let them know. All right, you must have their permission, and before you record the interview session. And of course, sometimes to cover your back, all right, to make sure that we are on the safe side, we have to have a consent form. All right, in the consent form, you write down the purpose of your interview, all right, who or where you're from, and make sure that they are willing. All right, you don't force them to answer the questions, and they willingly sign the interview form. So the interview form you have to keep, and you attach later with your dissertation later on. All right, another thing that I can see, all right, did you notice that the interviewer did not have eye contact? Right, she tries to avoid, she was looking here, looking there, not at the participant's face. Right, this is very important. We need to have eye contact with our participant. So, and don't offer your personal views whenever the participant is answering your questions. All right, and give them some time to think, and we cannot be impatient. It can sometimes, interview session can last 40 minutes. Usually the shortest one will be 30 minutes. It can up to 3 hours interview. It depends on your topic. All right, depends on your topic. Sometimes it can go out of topic as well. But out of topic, don't limit them. When they out of topic, something not related to your topic, you might get some information that can use for your thesis. All right, new emerging themes can rise up from there. I know it's going to be a very long way to do the transcription, but don't limit your participants. All right. And of course, too much hand waving, all right, too much of hand movement, body gestures, all this is somehow can be distracting to your participants. So we don't want that. We try to minimize, and for me as well, I express myself with my hands going on here and there. It might distract my students. So I have to make sure sometimes don't use my hand too much. Put it down. So hand can be distracting to your participants, body movements. Okay, and pay attention to your participants. That is the most important. Yes. Oh, okay. All these simple words, right, with eye context, makes them feel assured that they are giving you the best answers and helping you for your thesis or your findings. So here is why you acknowledge them. Acknowledgement is very, very important. Okay, thank you guys. All right. I guess now is around near to 11 o'clock. Let's take around 10 minutes break. Is that okay? Okay, let's come back at 10, 11, 10. Okay. Okay, let's go for a short break. Right. Now we come back at 11:10, and then we are going to discuss about how to create your interview questions. Okay, how we're going to create your interview questions. Okay. That's all right. All right. Okay, see you later at 11:10. Hi, welcome back. Okay, it's 11. Okay, so we're gonna move to tips in creating interview questions. So the first thing that you want when you want to create interview questions, these are the magic words. Describe, tell me about, I would like to know more about this. So these are the keywords that to keep them interested, all right, to expand their ideas and give as many details as possible. So do not move on to a new topic until you feel satisfied. This is very important. You feel satisfied with their answers. Then only you go to the next question. If you are not satisfied, you feel it's underexplored, try to ask more questions. We call it as prompt questions or probing questions. What is probing questions? Okay, probing questions is to explore responses that are significant to the research topic. All right, they may be worded into like open questions. Okay, later we come back to open questions and closed questions. I think you all know already what is closed questions. Closed questions, you lead them. Means, okay, closed question, is your hair black? Like just now in the video, he asked, how was the training? All right, and then he asked, did you enjoy the training? A bit, medium, a lot. So this is what we call closed questions, meaning you provide an array of answers and your respondent choose them. So we don't want this kind of close-ended questions. Are you interested in the research? This one you can the answer can be yes, no. Are you interested? Are you not interested? So this is what we call close-ended. And then another one is closed question, limit the breadth of information. So this is a big no. All right. So what is open question? So open questions allow the respondents to answer without presented or implied choices. How do you look like? What are your interests? It's very general, it's very big, very wide open. So this is what we call open questions. What, where, why, when, who, why. So why usually questions in work because it implies with the right answer. So we need to limit why. So will we just now? Okay, and let the informant answers determine the direction of the interviews. So you must keep them interest with the topic, leading the informant, letting the informant lead. The rule is when an informant onto a topic of interest and get out of the way, let the informant give information that he think or she thinks that is important. So it means that you cannot lead them, right? Make them take charge. Let them talk. Don't hinder them. Don't make them feel uncomfortable to express themselves. Okay. Use probing questions. Probing questions, they are worded more like open questions, but request a particular focus or direction. So probing questions is used to seek an explanation where you do not understand the interviewee's meaning. It means something that they thought, oh, I love about arts and culinary. It's quite general, right? And then you can ask when they mention something that is quite vague and it's not, it doesn't make sense, you can ask probing questions. So what is probing questions? Examples here. How would you evaluate the success? Let them evaluate. All right, this is very important. When they start to evaluate, they have to think. Okay, they have to think whether is this correct? It is such how they want to word their questions is very important. What were the drawbacks? Okay, what were the drawbacks? So they have to think. The drawbacks, number 1, number 2, number 3. Why do you think the board of directors decide to shift the strategy to a partnered product in development model? Why do you think that? How it come to a conclusion that you say this? Okay, you probe question based on the question guide. Remember, I told you about the question guide. The question guide is created based on your research questions. Okay, your research question. Research questions is similar to your objectives. This is very important. At the end of your study, the supervisor or your examiner will only ask whether you have answered your research questions. That is the only thing. You answer your research questions, done. You're already on the right track. Pass. Okay. Avoid leading questions. Okay. Leading questions means you lead them. Like just now, you offer answers. What fields do you have when your exam is coming? Okay, what fears? What kind of fears? And then, the question is very leading. Oh, I fear that I might fail. That is the main answer, right? So how you word your question is very important. What revision you do when your exam is near? I do spot questions. So this is very leading questions. So you need to make it more open-ended rather than leading questions. So you can see fears, revision, how good is your lecturer? This is what we call leading question. Why you want to, what do you think about your lecturer? What do you think about your lecturer? When you say what do you think, you're not imposing good or bad. All right, so this is why we call it leading. How good is your lecturer? How bad is your lecturer? You can say how you can change this. What do you think of your lecturer? So let them think. Let them put the words themselves, whether it's good or it's bad. They classify it. Okay, so that is questions. So non-leading questions were phrased to elicit answers related to fears, actions, and perception of goodness, respectively. So you can ask them, how do you feel when the exam is coming? Rather than what fears you. Okay, what fears you? You know, I'm going to fail, I'm scared, I cannot do it. So that is, you already direct that. We don't want one-way direction. We should do, how do you feel? So the feels can be very open for their interpretation. I feel very scared. I might lose my way. I might jeopardize my future. All right. If rather than I'm scared that I fail my exam. What fears you? So how do you feel? I feel that I hope that one day my parents will be proud of me if I score well in my exam. So you can see different ways to answer your questions. So try to avoid leading questions. Yeah. What do you do when your exam is near? Rather than what revision? You already lead them. We don't want that. How do you feel about your lecturer? Or is she pretty? Don't ask that. Is she pretty? No. So maybe that can be some small talks that you can chip into your interview. But the first question that you want to ask must be general, non-leading questions. Okay. All right. So non-leading questions. Can we do some exercise? So I have 3 questions here. All right, can you write down in the meeting chat? All right, number 1, leading question. Do you think poor grade indicates laziness? What is the answer? How can we make this leading question to non-leading question? Number 1, let's write in the meeting chat. How to make this into non-leading question? Number 2, do you take medicine when you feel stressed? Number 3, is it good or bad when you have to pay more tax? All these non-leading leading questions. Why I say it's leading? You already link poor grade with laziness. You already link medicine with stress. you already lead them to your desired answers. So this is not recommended in your interview questions. Is it good or bad? This one we don't want also. All right. So any answers for number 1? How to answer number 1, Madhavi? Sorry, I have to ask. Madhavi, are you here with us? But anybody would like to try? Maybe I give you another 5 minutes lah, another 10 minutes to answer this. All right. Okay. Look at this. Okay, answer this question and we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right. Try to maybe you need more time to go and get your espresso. But meantime, you can go and write down in the meeting chat your answers to these questions. Tips to create non-leading questions. All right, how to answer number 1? Non-leading question. How do you think poor grade indicates laziness? Number 1. Do you think poor grade indicate laziness? Okay, it can be put into non-leading. How do you perceive poor grades? All right, try to take out the laziness there. All right, we don't want to have a leading question. And then number 2, do you take medicine when you feel stressed? This is also leading questions where you put stress already there. We don't want to have stress. So let them, okay, what do you do when you feel stress? Okay, make it non-leading, right? What do you do when you feel stress? So they can, when you put medicine, all right, you are directing them. We don't want that. How do you feel when you pay tax? Okay, how do you feel when you have to pay more tax? All right, try to omit good and bad, medicine and laziness in your questions. Don't give your answers to your questions. Okay, don't put your answers in your questions. Now let's move on to probe issues in depth. The key to successful interviewing is to learn how to probe effectively. That is to stimulate an informant to produce more information. Example, what? Why? Right, without injecting yourself so much into the interaction with you, only get a reflection of yourself in the data. All right, so you must make sure you know when to probe and when to stay away from asking any other more questions. So here are different types of probes, where the first one is eco probe. Number 2, probe, and silent probe. So eco probe is you repeat the last thing the informant has said and ask them to continue. I see the child spent in the last 6 hours per day in social media. Then what happens? So you take some of the context from what they have mentioned just now, all right, the answers, and then you ask, and then let them continue. Then what? Then what happens? All right, you cite them, and then you add a small question. Then what happens? Why do you think they behave in such a way? Okay, so this is called eco probe. Probe is where you encourage participants to continue with a narrative by making affirmative noises. I see, right. Okay, so this is some of the probes that you can use. Okay, and the last one is silent probe. You remain questions, but you still have the eye contact. Okay, when you have the eye contact, it means that you are expecting more. Okay, so it implies that the respondents might, okay, you give them time, all right, to think of how to put the thoughts into words. Just by remaining silent, all right, and wait for the informant to continue. So it happens that you are busy writing, and then let them know that you are going to finish writing, and at the same time, this is the silent moment to make your participant compose, right? Make them calm down and think straight. Okay, now let's move on to the last part, qualitative data analysis. Anybody know where this place is? Anybody? Yes, my TV, sorry, it's going out. I hope we have to leave for a while. No problem, no problem. Sorry, I didn't see your answers just now. Stress. Yeah, what is your opinion about paying tax? Yes, Madhavi, thank you so much. Yes, thank you for informing me. I hope we have to leave for a while. No problem, no problem. Okay, and do you know why? Okay, I choose the photo. Anybody know where this photo is taken? Since I'm from tourism. One. can see the slide? You cannot see the slide? Can you see the llama? The animal here? We can see, cannot. Oh my, I tried to share the slides again. Can you see now? Yes, yay, thank you. All right. Yes, can see, thank you. All right, so here, all right, we are moving to part 3. So where is this place? Anybody can give me an idea where this place is? Any idea? Mohenjo-daro? Yeah, somewhere close, somewhere close. It's not Mohenjo-daro. Any other places? It's on top of a hilly mountain. But it's very, you have to go there to climb. Then only you reach this archaeological place. All right, it is known as the Lost City. Lost City kat mana? Where is it? Anybody? Hazim? Suguna? I think Suguna also have other things going on. No idea. Okay, this is located in Peru. This place is known as Machu Picchu. It is the lost city of Machu Picchu, right, in Peru, in South America. So why it is a very beautiful place now? Is very crowded with people. Tourists would like to go here because it's very beautiful. All right, it is known as a lost city and only discovered quite recently. All right, why people? This place was inhabited by the Incas people. But why I choose this photo as an introduction to part 3? The reason is, okay, for other civilizations like in Mesopotamia, in other parts of the world, they have their own writing system. Sadly, in this Machu Picchu, the Inca people, they only have spoken languages. So they don't have any specific writing. They don't have any alphabets, right? You cannot see them writing on the wall. So if we have writings on the wall or even drawings, we might know a little bit or the glimpse of the past. But here in Machu Picchu, they don't have it. They only have ropes tied, and that is the way of communication. It's quite yeah, like Da Vinci Code but the Da Vinci Code you have codes, but this one is quite difficult to understand what happened to the Incas people, why they left this place. So coming to our training just today, sharing session, it leads to qualitative data analysis. You have to write down, you have to make sure that whatever you get, all the verbals, the information out there, you must put it down into words. Okay, write it down, so make sure, and then only you can interpret. If you don't write it down after interview sessions, all these words, whatever comes in here, all right, especially when you don't have any recordings, it will shoo straight away, bye-bye already. In a few days after you come back, that's why it's going to take quite time consuming. Yeah, after you have already interviewed, you have to go back and straight away write down, okay, whatever you still remember, write down. It will take you a few, especially when you don't have recordings. So this is terrible when the informants, the participant, won't allow you to record. Alamak, I tell you, you have to go back and start writing it down, okay, so that you won't miss any important points there. So this is very important, okay, how to write it down. This is Ilama, very cute, right? Okay, they believe, those people, and I'm teaching heritage, culture and heritage for diploma students. So the heritage, the culture in Machu Picchu, in Peru, they like to give this llama, this animal, this cute animal, I'm chanting this guy green, this llama as a protector. All right, a protector. So this animal is believed to protect, give good vibes, give good omens to those people who visit this place. So whenever you have visited this place, you must buy something related, a keychain or a toy reflecting or a photo of Ilama to give you some sort of protection to go from this place, to depart from this place back to your home country. So this is a culture in uh, Machu Picchu, Peru. Okay, qualitative data analysis is a very, very challenging and exciting as well. Okay, it's the process of mixing your creativity with systematic searching, a blend of inspiration and diligent detection. All these powerful words, creativity, inspiration, yeah, since you're doing quali, right? Process that seeks to reduce and make sense. So this is very important. Where you have a large amount of data, you need to reduce them and make sense of what tries to convey the information from your participants. Unlike quantitative, there are no clearly agreed rules or procedure to how to analyze your data. There's no one-way rule, okay? There's no one-way rule, but for quanti, you use SPSS, straight away you get answer. But for quali, there's no way. It's about you choosing which way that suits you best. So here, coming back to the traditions that we have learned in chapter 1, part 1, grounded theory. So if you're using grounded theory, you have to use grounded theory analysis. All right, thematic analysis, you can use in any one phenomenology. You can use in PAR, no problem. Framework analysis, I think is the strongly suggest for students and for those who are new to Quali. Okay, those who are new to Quali, framework analysis is quite easy. For my students, I suggest them to use framework analysis first and then move to systematic. All right, framework is where you put them into tables. All right, the words, you organize them into tables, arrange them according to tables, according to categories, to make things clearer for you to see the overall overview of your findings. And then content analysis. If you choose content analysis, you have to choose content traditions in qualitative data analysis. Narrative, you have to use narrative analysis. Discourse analysis and IPA. This is for phenomenological tradition. You can use interpretive, you can use thematic. Okay, it's up to you actually how you want, which kind of traditions and approaches that you like to use for your data analysis. There's no one way, and there are a lot more out there, but I've chosen a few of these to share with you what they mean. Okay, grounded theory analysis involve generation of theory through large collection of data. Okay, and usually from grounded theory, you have to learn about coding. Not about IT, not about engineering school, but coding in qualitative data analysis or QDA. So later we are going to learn how to code different types of codes related to different types of data analysis. And then thematic analysis. We generate themes from interview data. Themes sometimes will also be interpreted as codes, right? So they're quite similar. This is how you want to analyze them. Either you can analyze them, mentioning it, referring them to codes, or referring them to themes. Okay, but if you do coding, all right, you follow coding or grounded theory analysis, you must make sure that you know the steps. I will share with you what are the steps. Okay, framework analysis or metric, this is the easiest one. You put them into columns, all right, into tables, and then try to summarize them by identifying similarities and differences. So you put them into, and it's much easier to see. This is for the beginners. I would strongly suggest to use framework analysis or metrics. Very easy to see. And from there, you draw descriptive and explanatory conclusions. Content analysis, number 4, is to pinpoint important points in text, photos, audio, video, blogs, news chats, or any form of content, and then you interpret them. Narrative analysis, remember I talked about autobiography previously. So this tradition usually is about narrative. You talk them, you create stories. All right, you create stories with bombastic words, that catchy words to attract your readers. That is narrative analysis, by not just using the catchy words, but using some sorts of clips or inserts from the interviews itself. Discourse analysis is written analysis of both written and spoken language. So this one is referring to linguistics. I'm not very familiar myself with this discourse analysis because it's mainly from the field of linguistics. All right. And the last part is interpretive phenomenological analysis. This is more on hermeneutics and phenomenology. So you can do a detailed examination on personal life experience by using different types of methods. All right. And the process is quite similar. If you choose any of these qualitative data analysis, the 7 ones, or any other from the lecturers that suggest you to do for your study, you can refer to this. First thing, the first process is you collect data. Okay. And then you transcribe data. What does transcribe means? Transcribing data means if you have audio recording, you listen to the audio recording and you write one by one, word by word. If you do word by word, it's known as verbatim. Okay, verbatim transcribing data. Listen to the audio, type it down into words, word by word. That is verbatim transcription. All right. Then pre-scanning the data, you scan, you read everything again, whether there's pause, and then you try to connect with your field notes. Okay, while you're interviewing, you must have a field note, right, where you write down the facial expression of your participants, their body movement, which is not recorded in your audio, unless you have a video camera going on, you record everything. It's much easier for you. Everything is inside there and you can have a look again and again and try to interpret. That would be very nice. If your participants allow you, you get their consent. Next, coding. Coding is where you make whatever big and you break them into smaller pieces, smaller chunks for you to digest. And of course, after that, after you make it into smaller chunks, easier for the judges, and you paint it into a big picture for everybody who reads later on your thesis, they will understand. So this is where you do the reporting. Okay, this is the process of qualitative data analysis. All right, coming back to coding. Coding is the identification of topics, issues, similarities, and differences that are revealed through participant narratives. Okay. Okay, by and interpreted by the researchers. So coding is identify topics, issues, similarities, whatever they are saying, and put them into smaller chunks. Okay, you break big photos, jigsaw puzzle, and take out into the smaller puzzles, and then you analyze small puzzles. So this is what coding is all about. Okay, the word code is used interchangeably with the word like category. Code is just like category. Label or theme. So usually a word or phrase that captures the essence of your material. This process enables the researcher to begin understand the world from each participant's perspective. Coding can be done hand or you can use software to help. But for me personally, you have to understand your data. Okay, before you put them into this software, you know, all these NVivo, Chapter, Smartster, QCR, all these Atlas TI, all these are the qualitative software to help you out to make your data management much easier for you to see. However, before you put them in, you must do the pre-scanning data. It means that you must read and read again, read so many times your your data that you have transcribed, so that you have a clear idea. Then it will come to coding. If you don't read your transcribed data first, you put them into this SPSS, oh sorry, the SPSS pula, NVivo, Maxter, you will be lost. From my experience, I used NVivo previously. Yeah, I put everything in and I just look blankly at the monitor. What I do next? So you have to read and read and read again until you know what they meant. You understand each of the transcription and you can connect, imagine the whole scenario. Oh, this person, from the data that you analyze, you can, you know, imagine how this person is like. All right, that's why qualitative data is about trust. You build trust, you build connection with your respondents. So there are three types of coding or three stages of coding by Strauss and Corbin. First one is open coding. You develop categories of information. Okay, like this, you have transcripts, you written down everything, you break them into smaller pieces, smaller chunks for you to understand. And you give them codes. This one, maybe codes relating to their perspective on food. Spicy food. All right, sour food. So you already categorize into sour, spicy, bland, different types of food. So this is what we call coding. Okay, you code them according to the food. All right, this is example since I'm from School of SHTTA. And then axial coding. Axial coding is connect the categories. Oh, this one codes. You connect the codes, the taste of the food, spicy, sour, bland. Then you put category, taste, food taste. Then you know the category. And then for another category, the taste, and then you go to another category. Maybe this one, texture of the food. The code can be texture of the food, slimy, chewy. So the codes will be smaller chunks. And then this category food, talking about food, here will be the taste and here will be the texture. So this is how you develop axial coding according to the categories. And lastly, going up, selecting coding. Builds a story that connects the categories. So you can see build a story. Oh, we're talking about people who like to eat laksa. Why they like to eat laksa? Because of the texture, because of the flavor. So all these are stages of coding. Get it, guys? Ladies and gentlemen, lost already? Alamak. Anybody? Any questions so far about coding? Any questions that you want to ask? It's raining outside here in Penang. Any questions? Good. So far, good. All right. Now let's continue. If you are still not sure about what is coding, all right, here I have select a video for you to see. Hit watch. This is all right, about coding. Let me know if you could not hear the video, yeah?
Open coding, axial coding, and selective coding are steps in the grounded theory method of analyzing qualitative data. Before you begin coding, you should have collected some qualitative data, such as transcriptions from interviews. With grounded theory, Your aim is to derive new theories and concepts based on this qualitative data. Open coding is the first step, where you take your textual data and break it up into discrete parts. Then, you create codes and label these parts. Open coding is meant to open you up to new theoretical possibilities as you first engage with your qualitative data. Next comes axial coding, where you draw connections between the codes you developed in open coding. Group your codes into categories. These categories become the axes that tie your codes together. Then, you end with selective coding, where you connect all your categories from axial coding together around one core category. In doing so, this core category represents the central thesis of your research. Each of these coding steps are iterative. You should continuously go back and do further rounds of coding based on codes and categories derived in each step. Once you're finished, you'll have a new theory grounded in your qualitative data.
Okay, so that is grounded theory analysis. All right, you can use this grounded theory analysis for any other analysis. If you say you have used phenomenological and tradition, you can use this coding as well, no problem. You can also use in hermeneutics. As I mentioned, there are a lot other traditions that I did not cover in this sharing session. It can be symbolic interactionism, it can be content analysis, it can be community-based participatory. So that there are a lot of traditions out there, but you can use this coding, okay, to analyze your data later on. It's quite simple. All right, here you go. Okay, this is how you do it. Okay, this is how you do it. Oh, this one is for the place just now. Okay, Hazin, thank you for highlighting. All right, could you tell me about how you first discovered grounded theory? This is a question, right? So this is how you put then the answers from your respondents into transcribing. You transcribe. Pause, we put in 3 dots. All right. It's been long, but grounded theory was the methodology which my supervisors used when I was doing my degree. And so they trained me up. I tried a couple of other qualitative methodologies in different studies I've used, but I just couldn't get used to them or achieve the analysis that I wanted. I guess grounded theory is just comfortable for me, but if you're trying to generate a theory, okay, I mean generative theory, that's what it's all about, isn't it? So you can hit off and test it elsewhere. So yeah, that's how I came to use it. I was taught it and I kind of stuck, I suppose. So this is what grounded theory, the answer from the interviewer for this interview date. Here is how you record your interviews. The title, the participant number, interview dates, and the interviewer. And you can add more. Sometimes participants, you can also, since you can give some sort of labeling to your participants. All right, if you're reporting. If you're not reporting, then for your own personal use, you can write their name so that you remember what they are wearing, where did you conduct your interview. So all these will take back down the memory lane so that you remember what happened during your interview, and it can connect you with the analysis part. Okay, open coding is where you do line by one coding. You can do this, all right, at the beginning. But once you get used 1 or 2 pages, then you're expert already lah. Okay, you expert already, you straight away you can go to focus axial coding. So what you can do is straight away highlight. Supervisor used when I was doing my degree. So they trained me up. So you can see focus, it was training. She was trained to grounded theory. So trained to use coding. All right. And then why she used grounded theory? because she was very comfortable with it. Then you put here. And then you reread it and you start highlight generating theory. So this is more focused. This one, open coding, is where you code one by one line. And for me, open coding is quite tedious, and I would prefer straight to jump to focus Excel coding. What I do usually, I highlight, and then at the end of it, I have another column. I put the keywords there. So these keywords that explain the sentence I have highlighted is called focus Excel coding. All right. And then for that Excel coding, okay, you can go to selective coding. The most important part is this part to make sense of everything. So raw data from the first interview, second interview, third interview, then you analyze them codes by codes and codes from the similarities of the codes from that respondent 1, respondent 2, respondent 3, you combine them, all right, you merge the data together, the codes under categories. Okay, you abstract this and put under categories. So the categories will chacha mahaba already from respondent 1, respondent 2, respondent 3, under categories. You see the chronology going up already. And then you build concepts. So this is what coding is all about. So here you can see large quantities where you have a lot of coding, the open coding. This one very headache. But once you go to level 2, there where you examine the codes in level 1, you more focus. And then you go to level 3, as coding is where you can develop teams already. You know, all these codes leading to one team. And then that level 3 will lead to theoretical concepts, which emerge from saturated categories and themes. All right, let's move on to another thematic analysis that is data quality analysis that is thematic. Okay, what you need to do is the same thing. You have to familiarize yourself with the data. All right, you read and reread until you understand and you know the ins and outs of every transcripts, which transcript refers to which participant. So this is rigorous. You need to know your data. All right, then you need to do indexing or sorting. It's quite similar to coding. All right, you underline or color the key segments, like just now I show you, right? Okay. Highlight and then you write down. So think, what are the same thing about this? Why they belong together? Group them like segments, and then you review the data extracts, and then you do subgroupings, and then you start to map linkages, which one belongs together, which one is connected, how they connect, how they belong in this group. So here, from there, you do data summary and you display them. Okay, here I can have a show you is framework analysis of matrix analysis. You put them into tables. This is very easy to do. You already have your team selected based on your questions, your research questions, and then you just fill in the answers based from the clips that you get from your respondents. Okay, cases. All right. Now we go to content analysis of visual documents. All right, visual documents, we have context, content and context. When we look at something, of course, when you have a look, can you see this one? Okay, this one is, I'm drinking Nescafe coffee latte because it keeps me awake, even though previously I don't like to drink coffee. So what does the image show you? So there is coffee beans, a few coffee beans, a coffee latte, and I can see is there's halal logo. So all these, what is the image? And then you read the content. Okay, too much sugar for me. All right, energy level, okay lor. Lemak also very high, or you cannot drink this regularly, then I'll get fat. So what is the context? So this is how you read your documents. It can be in form of objects. It can be form of books. It can be forms of artifacts, photos, videos, or nowadays, podcasts. Podcast you have to listen, you cannot see, but what else? Nowadays we have YouTube videos, so, and then Instagram photos, OOTD. I'm not sure if all the new phrases with Instagrams. Okay, what is the context of this production? Who was involved? Okay, Nestle getting a lot of money. So how do outcomes convey meaning to the cultural context of origin and today? So you link the images to other signs. Each image will be linked. All right, so Nestle, is linked to a giant food company. All right, and why they make it this color. So all this, all right, if you go to Nestle's, all the coffee, it have different colors, right, to show the different flavors so that people don't confuse. Same goes to images, why they portray this. What other signs impact or effect on image? How does image reflect or depart from dominant cultural values? So here, latte, why the color is more light brown? Because it adds with milk. Okay, it adds with milk. If you go for Americano, the color is like very dark, smoky colors, or the bakar, everything. So that is, how they want to make sure that people can recognize. There are signs from the colors, from the image that they portray. Okay, and then you interpret. So what is the most obvious reading of the image, and what an alternative reading can be? So, okay, now let's have a look at this photo. Ta-da! Anybody? Anybody? No? Okay, let's do some sort of content analysis with this long time ago. This is an advertisement by the F&N Schaefer Brewing Company, New York. Well, this was an advertisement. Put all your might into the mighty severed war loan. What is this all about? You can see this person suddenly got lights coming out. And you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 soldiers on top of piles of, I think, dead people, bones. They're trying to erect the flag pole. The flag is it a British flag or American flag? It's an American flag. So here, this is what we do. We have to look at the content. Okay, who created this? So this one, the first one, the image actually was published in the New York Workers in 1945 by the F&N Schaefer Brewing Company, New York. So here, you get to know the information. So the image of 4 men, oh, not 5, huh? I thought it's 5. 4 men striving. I put this, but I don't know. Okay. There's 4 men striving to raise the flagpole on top of United States, unfurling to on top. And you try to link the images with the other signs. Sun, you can see sun, there is like illuminates the warmth and glory. Excuse me. And then flagpole, to show bravery, all right, democracy. What else? All right. They are working together to achieve something. So all these are some of the signs, the links that we can connect. And then how are we going to interpret? Yeah, there are a lot of this man, the man wearing uniform, and they're wearing they must be soldiers, right? So they must be at war. All right, they want to have peace, maybe. Okay, so this is how you do content analysis, by asking and probing yourself. You try to connect, and of course, you have to read up other things before you have a look at the image again. All right, you need to know when it was published, what is the context, how it connects with other linkages. This is how you do content analysis. Content analysis is very famous with SCCA school, with mass comms. I think they are very good at this. Okay, now, oh, it's already 12:10. I think I will stop before 12:30. Okay, I think Hazim needs to go for Friday prayers. Okay, reporting qualitative data. There are many styles of reporting qualitative data. So you can see here, if you read journals, if you read thesis, there are many ways. For me, I was bogged down, how to write lah. Okay, you know already what your idea, but how to write? There's no rule, there's no way, there's no rigid way. This is how you do it. This is how you write it. No, there's no way. If your English is powerful, right, you might have such flowery words coming into your thesis. You cannot avoid that. All right, but those for me coming from the sciences, you are very straightforward. Okay, if you come from from sciences going to social sciences, your words tend to be very direct. Okay, you don't have like much of flowery, it's very direct, and your thesis is going to be very short, very thin compared to those from social sciences or even from those from linguistic departments, because they really play with words and you will be drawn. I like to read those from linguistics, like, wow. Okay, quantitative data conventionally are presented by illustrative quotes. We call it illustrative quotes. The quotes are raw data that should be compiled, analyzed, not just listed. Okay, you compile everything and you quote them. It's called illustrative quotes. So what is illustrative quotes? Something like this. These entrepreneurs struggle with keeping up with the pluriactive livelihood, as they feel that in addition to carrying the bulk of their agritourism business, blah, 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 blah. So this one is they get it from the raw data. Okay, keeping up with the pluriactive livelihood. And how to support this? One entrepreneur who runs her agritourism operation mostly by herself described her situation as, this is what you have, the raw data. Okay, this is what we call quotes, that you directly quote, you don't change anything from your transcript. You listen from the audio recording, you write it down, and you take the whole chunk, put it here to support your arguments that you have written. Okay, you put in inverted commas. I do this all by myself. I'm planting, I come up with the design, I do every aspect of this business. It's me. I'm conducting the field trips. I'm at the ticket window of people come up to pay on Saturday. Close. Okay. So this one is some referrals. Okay, you are referring to INT. Maybe you quote that person as INT. Respondent 5, 1.5. So this is how you do it. Okay, you put their names, and of course you must make sure that your respondents will remain anonymous. This is very important. Okay, anonymity of your respondents is very important. You must keep them anonymous, keep them secret, so that they also very curious. Are you going to put my names? You're going to put my names? Is no, definitely not. Even though we know them, sometimes you interview your friends that is related to your topic, but you still have to protect their privacy. Okay, you must protect their privacy and confidentiality. So keep them anonymous and respect them. So here I got this clip, example from this, from Halim et al. 2019. So they talk about challenges faced by human entrepreneurs involved in agritourism. Next. 3 out of 10 studied restaurants participated in this project. According to 2 of the 3 owners, the collaboration was good and beneficial. So when you talk about something that is good and beneficial, you want to support what you have, put them into groups. Remember, your coding, you code them into good and beneficial. So you put these raw clippings, put it in, and then quote to quotes. And then another one, another interviewee agreed with the statement and added. So you quote from one informant and another different informant. So to support whatever you have coded previously. Though these points were acknowledged by the third restaurant, they only participated in the year of Garden Gastronomy, blah, 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 blah. So this one is from the procrastination to 2020, quite famous. And this one, another, my favorite, cat cafe. Okay, I have cats. So I'm a bit affectionate about cats. So here, this person, Lorraine, she went to study about cat cafes. So she went to study in cat cafes. How? She became participant observation. She involved in participant observation. So meaning is that she is one of the participant. She participate and she also observe how people behave in pet cafes. So then she look at the way she writes. So the way she write this is very narrative, very narrative. Okay, the cat as fetish, you know, like very linguistic kind of way, very, very nice, you know, like a storybook. You know, when you read thesis, some looks like storybook, some is like, wow, it can become like, you know, another world, just like Harry Potter, keep you engrossed reading all this. So the cat as fetish, coming down here. While I was sitting on a couch in a cafe and leafing through the cat album, an employee approached and presented me with a tabby cat curled up asleep in a wicker basket. This is Kiri, she announced, while gently but pointedly placing the basket within arm's length. So how she put this? I was like, wow, why I didn't go and study linguistics and put this into my thesis. So this is how you can do. There are a lot of ways of reporting your qualitative data. All right. If you want to know more about cat cafes, you can go and read out Lorraine. So wow, I'm making this person famous. All right. So here are a few things, a few ways of reporting data that I have shared with you. So any questions? Any questions? No questions. And last but not least, okay, while you are reporting data, of course, you can also map your data. All right, how to map? Okay, map you can use using NVivo. You can use the software. Remember, I told you about the software. Let's go back to the software. Where's the software? Oh my, okay. You can use NVivo. You can use Chakda, Smartda, Atlas TI. All these software. All right. Some are free. Some have to pay. Some have to pay. Some are free. Yeah. And they help you to make your codings and then try to make it into a presentable image. All right, something like this. Something like this. Can you draw on your own? Nah, not really. It's going to take some time, right? If you want to use software to write this down. So if you use the software by NVivo, Chakdas, Atlas TI, they have this software. They have this app to straight away from the codings, it draws all your codings and map into this wonderful image. All right, a map of the codes that you have done from your transcripts. So here you go. This is a maps of qualitative analysis, the traces of high school graduates in Patagonia. So it's quite interesting. So it helps you, but the most importantly, as I mentioned before, you need to read your data. You need to read your transcript, read and read and reread until you muntah. So here, this is the way of doing qualitative data. So please enjoy the journey. You must love your topic. That is what I always suggest to my students. Choose the topic that you will love. If you want to do qualitative data, you must make sure that you will not get bored afterwards. Okay, choose something. For my students, I say, if you like cats, do on cat cafe. If you like animals, do on something dog cafe. Oh, we have all these kind of cafe for hospitality and tourism, right? And if you love traveling, find something. You go to a nice place. You want to collect your data, your interviews. Go to the natural setting. Go to the beach area. Conduct your interviews there. If you love about turtles, go find turtles. Something that keep you all right for the few semesters. You have a baby to take care for a few semesters. So make sure that you love your topic, all right? Because this is going to be your baby for a few semesters. All right. So with that, thank you so much. Belum lagi, ada lagi. Another one, last one. Core ethical principles. Okay, while we are dealing with qualitative, okay, we are dealing with humans. We should be, again, you must make sure that you get their informed consent. This is very important, informed consent. You must let them know what is the purpose of your study. We're talking about ethical issues, right? And you must protect their confidentiality and maintain them anonymous. And most importantly, they must take, they are willing to take voluntarily. You don't force them to join. Hey, come on, join. I pay you 10,000 ringgit to join my. No, they must voluntarily join your study. You cannot force them. If you force them, it's not ethical already. All right, so that you ensure that you done your research with full of integrity, with full of quality and transparency. Of course, when we talk about ethical principles in qualitative research, you must make sure that your questions do not harm your participants emotionally. Okay, where sometimes that's why we have learned about leading questions. We have learned about closed questions. Choose your questions, word your questions correctly, all right, ethically, so that you will not harm your participants emotionally or make them feel disturbed, right? The independence of the research must be clear. If you are under contract, if you are under grant, you must state that, oh, this project is under grant, I'm doing under grant, so that, and I will be reporting to Kementerian after this. So mainly after your reports, but don't worry, your names will not be revealed. You will remain confidential, remain anonymous in my findings later on. So, and you must explain if there is any conflict of interest. All right, you must make sure that you try to sort it out first. And when we talk about this, we must also ensure that reliability and validity. We have discussed this in the earlier segments, where credibility is about accuracy of your project, of your data. Is okay, to put in simpler words, quantitative and qualitative, we have both reliability and reliability. But usually in some of the books I have read, they say there's no questions about quality, reliability and reliability. You cannot measure in qualitative research. But there are a few others authors that debunk or this concept, where they say that you must make sure that the results that you created is believable, right? It must be believable. Only participants can legitimately judge the credibility of the results. How? Validity, how to identify. You have written the transcript, go back to your participants. That's why strong connections, strong, you must respect your good rapport with your participants is very important, so that you can go back and ask them for another help. Okay, paiseh, please help me out to read the transcript, whether it really reflects what you have mentioned just now, previously in the first interview. So this is to make sure that whatever you have written down is valid, whether you really portray what they meant. Okay, this is how you make sure your findings are valid. Number 2, reliability. What does reliability means? Is about repeatability. Okay, you can repeat it, and whether it's consistent of measurement. You want to consistent, you want to know about laksa, how people perceive about laksa, the taste, why people like to eat laksa. Laksa is very famous in Penang, right? So why, what draws them to Penang? Why Penang is known as a food heaven? So here you need to use different types of data collection. Okay, you can repeat, whether you later on you repeat, you go interview, you get the same answers. All right, so this shows the repeatability of your research. The consistency of data will be perceived when steps of research are verified through examinations, such as raw data. You ask people to read up, okay, to help you to do transcribing, to help you to do coding. All this will increase your reliability. Okay. And of course, this is a summary of what we have learned today. All right. It starts off with choosing your theoretical sampling procedure. We have learned about the traditions. Okay, we have phenomenology, we have grounded theory, we have a PAR. What else? We have hermeneutics, case study, narrative, ethnography. So you have to choose which tradition first, and then you go for data collection. Choose either you want to do interviews, what kind of interview, structured, semi-structured, in-depth, or FGD, or only participant observations. Choose what kind of analysis later on that you want to do. The analysis is also reflecting the tradition and approaches that you have chosen before. Then you move to coding of data. Codes, and then transcribe them. And then you analyze the codes using the themes. Okay, or you can use ethnography, that means grounded theory analysis. There are so many ways to do qualitative data analysis. That is not only one way, many other ways that you can do. I have highlighted the most famous ones in this sharing session. And then arrange the data to indicate the relationship among the themes that you have created from your codes, and then you can report your findings in your thesis. Okay, so that's all. It's now 12:30. Thank you so much. Any questions? Madhavi, Bai, any questions, Suguna, Yokmi? Okay. Yeah. So, okay. All right. So I guess that's all for me. If there is any questions, okay, Hazim, I pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azrin, for today's session. Even though the number is small, I think our staff received I think a good input today, and I hope we can have this session in different topics in future. And on behalf of TLC, thank you again for you to conduct this session.
You're most
And
welcome.
thank
Hazim,
you
by
so
the way, right? Just now you were not around. Suguna from my school.
Mhm.
I added her in using the link. She did not register previously. Is that okay? Can you add her in?
Yeah, can.
You sure, right? Okay, thank you
Yeah,
so much.
any ad hoc participant we will add as we will record the hour. No worries.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
so much, everyone.
Have a good weekend. Stay safe.
Okay, stay safe, everyone. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum. Take care.